Well then, welcome to everyone tuning in the future. This is my first stream ever. It's already scuffed, but from what I have seen from VTubers, that is a norm. The so-called debut is always a shit show. I try to make chat overlays working in OBS. They don't seem to work. And those places are going to be empty for now. And I'm alone and I'm talking to myself and incredibly nervous because of that for some reason. A few things in the meantime. This works. Things around. OBS. And right. So, as the title suggests, we're playing Path of Exile, the new league. A week late because life happens. This is a brand new account, so we have no stash steps at all. I'm actually curious how is it to play that game like that, because the last time I played it without any stash steps, well, has been, I don't even know how many years before. It's a very long time ago. And I'm curious what is the true free-to-play gameplay is like. Also, we are starting Oni-Goroshi, which will be an incredibly boring farm. Because it takes roughly 8 hours on average to farm that thing. 7 or 6 hours considered to be quick. And I'm kind of already pulling it up because I'm supposed to kill everyone. As this is a new account that I made a few, actually 4 copies of this ranger. We don't have a Scion, which is the optimal version to farm the Oni-Goroshi, because it has access to a very good starting skill, which I forget its name, Spectral. It's a Spectral weapon or something like that, which allows you to throw your weapon, basically goes out and goes back in, damages the enemy twice. Very good ranged skill at the start.
I'm still breathing, that's a good sign.
It will equip everything we can, not that it matters much. And then we quit. And now we go to our second copy of this. And we are going to do the same thing until we basically reach level, well, not level 7 is when this boss that I just killed starts actually more reliably dropping the skill that we need, the weapon that we want. The Oni-Goroshi, which is a unique weapon, and can only drop from the stronger version of Hillock. It has been nicknamed by the community as Uber Hillock, basically, as in these games is usually harder version, so bosses are always nicknamed as Uber. My Pinnacle boss. Pinnacle? English is hard. I hope my accent is tolerable and understandable. I have no idea actually any of my setup works, and I might be not even streaming properly. In the past it always looks like the streaming is like, you set up a few things, press a button, you go live. Easy, right? Then I started to setting up my stuff here. You know, create an overlay,
That's a good sign.
make it look somewhat presentable. Where do we start? I need damage to kill this thing faster. And that
My mana is gone.
first day when I started turned into day, then few days, then week, and 2 weeks. And settings think up and reading up on things. Just kept going on and on. It's pretty just a sheer number of things that on the YouTube and Twitch pages someone has set up. Is a lot. A lot of reading, a lot of settings. I wonder if going on the not this quasi VTuber route that I'm doing would have been easier, because then it's really just plug in a webcam or even just a mobile phone, go live, and then that's it. Oh, the transportation. That's always useful, especially now that I'm playing SSF, which means solo self-fund, which means I have no access to trade. I cannot play with other players, I can only get what I get. It's only about the loot drops. The loot drops. And I'm doing SSF because supposedly this league in Mirage they buffed the loot, especially the basic currency loot. And I really want to see if that is true. Because trading kind of makes it so much easier.
Still breathing, that's a good sign.
Because in trading you are not relying at all on luck for getting, for example, 6 link. A weapon like this that would have 6 of these sockets linked together, so you can maximize the strength of your skill. And those drops are kind of rare, and I used to play. I pretty much guaranteed every league start on my first character. I would go and go through the campaign, and I would drop a divine. I don't know if it's hard coded into the game. After a while, it felt like hard coding, but might have been just luck. I mean, I'm not a speedrunner, as you will notice later when we are actually starting to play the game. And I always do all the side missions, do all that, even though when I know they are useless, they don't give anything. I just kind of have that mild gamer OCD. Or when you know there is something and you have to finish the map. From that, something just happened to my chat in OBS, and I have no idea why.
I'm still breathing, that's a good sign.
Just went full white. So, give me a sec to check what that is. Just constantly reconnecting. I don't know. Just pop out the chats. Make them with somewhere else. And hope for the best. To be fair, it's unlikely that anyone will drop on my first ever stream. Especially when I'm playing Path of Exile league late. A lot of people are already done with the league from what I have seen. Crazy what the true no-lifers can do. Oh wait, I just get killed. Let's go back to the first one. I'm not even sure if I have to talk with that guy again all the time. It's funny how at the start of the game you can actually miss, not because of accuracy problems, but because the enemy moves at higher levels. You start having such a fast projectile speed that nothing can really move with high DPS. They insta die. For the record, my league start is actually not going to be a ranger. I just thought this would be the easiest to kill lock again and again. Especially the Uber version that I hoping to that eventually will spawn as we level up. And the burning arrow is a pretty good skill for this. It falls off heavily. I always try to use a Path of building to create a good build. For burning arrow, but it was always a kind of a dead end. I couldn't really find a way to scale the damage. Cool. Yes, I put it on. I really like the burning skills on the fire stuff. And they kind of weak ignite in this game. Of course, everything is doable to be really strong and do all the content. It just depends on how much time and currency you put into things. Or if you get lucky with some of the chase items to get the truly rare ones, the zeros. For example, a headhunter alone can elevate pretty much every build in existence. Of course, there's Mage Blood. It's always good for everyone. I never had one. Oh, wait, I already got this. Maybe we use it later. My leagues usually go by the that I start something that I cooked up. What is trash? Because if it was bought, someone else would have already made a guide for it, likely. And I really don't dislike this. I go for just zombies, those don't move away. Easier to shot them. So yeah, league starts with something, it's trash. It looks good in maps because... not in maps, in the campaign, because you can make everything work in the campaign, really. You have to go out of your way to make
That would only slow me down.
oh, right, this needed to just... So yeah, you need to go out of your way to make something trash in campaign. just by stacking damage nodes on the passive. They're going to be fine. And then survivability is kind of secondary, I would say. Because after a while you know how everything moves, and you can just, for the attacks or the boss movesets, you can just dodge most of them. And if you die, that doesn't matter, you can just try again. For the first part of the campaign you don't even have a XP penalty. And I'm always over-leveled during the campaign. Because I like to do everything, even if I'm not going out of my way to kill everything. Doing all the side missions usually lets you, especially if you do during leveling all the league mechanics, the new stuff like this is the Mirage. I played a bit on my own, tried it out. You think we saw something? Alright, level is low, so it's time to go around killing things. We need the raw experience points just to level. And that will be a slow grind. Good for the test stream though. Just to see how things are. I just really hope the stream actually works. And I eventually figure out how to put the chat nicely there. Without using some third party website and service. Because just by creating things, there's the accounts. Verification and all that, I already had enough of all the logging in and verifying. I really didn't want to use another like Stream Elements or Stream Labs or any other that's out there. They seem good for the record. Very useful and easy to use. I just really didn't want to, even if I can do it without them. But maybe it's impossible. Yeah, for chat I try to write the CSS code. Formatting, well, write is a strong word. There was really some handy website that helped doing it. You can just set things and it will write for you, and then you can just modify that. I'm taking up my more a bit. Oh, augmentation. Once we have the Oni-Goroshi, I'm just going to enter the first village, city, whatever it's called, home base, with all the characters and just dump what we want into the stash. Mostly just sell the stuff for the basic currencies. I have to figure out how to use my limited stash later on. Oh, and that's why I'm rotating with 4 characters, is because you can only kill this boss once if you actually enter the city after killing it. But if you don't enter it, then you can enter again and then everything respawns and you can kill it again. And the Twilight Strand, the starting location, like the other zones that stay open for like 8 to 15 minutes, if I remember right. This one is only open for 90 seconds. So by rotating 4 characters, by the time you get back doing the farming on all 4 and you get back to the first one, the instance has reset. So everything is alive again and you can go and kill the zombies, these trap thingies, sand splitters, and most important the hillock again. And as you level up, you will have a bigger and bigger chance for Uber hillock to spawn. And if it spawns and you kill it, you are guaranteed to get the Oni-Goroshi, because that is going to be the sword that is stabbed in hillock. As you could have seen before, as I kill, he has a big sword, actually a few ones, but there is a particular big one that sticks out of it that he pulls out when he gets to half HP. And if it's the Uber hillock, it's going to be the Oni-Goroshi that he pulls out. That for me is also harder to kill because he has a leap attack, and every time he leaps he actually summons zombies. So that's why the Scion is the best to kill it, because the first kill, that spectral weapon, the spectral throw or something like that, as the Scion gets as basically pierce, as the weapon goes through every enemy as it flies out and then flies back and damages everything. So it doesn't matter if he spawn a million zombies, they can't body block for him. I don't know how much a burning arrow will work with that. We will see. Hopefully it will be doable. Because one of the worst things that can happen is that we farm this whole thing, Uber hillock spawns, and I can't heal him because there are way too many zombies. That would be really bad. Although it would be probably a bit funny too. Not as tragic as apparently someone tried farming Oni-Goroshi in the Ruthless, and Uber hillock cannot spawn on Ruthless. So I don't know actually if that was a meme or someone truly did it and GGG posted it out. I think on X, Twitter or something like that. Same thing. So hard to... I'm not on Twitter or really any social media. I'm anti-social even online. So Never really use these, but even I get used to the old name, even though it has been years. Oh. Hey, rarity. Nice. Let's see. Level 2. Start killing more things. Well, at the start maybe. Look is the best XP. Until we get a few levels in. Yes, we will get to 1 or 2 more levels. At the start, every passive point really noticeable damage increase, especially paired with the level increase of the skills. So we might start one-shotting things even with the basic attack that I've been using. And because burning arrow uses a lot of mana, and we have barely any. With our meager 1 starter mana flask. Mana is such an interesting concept in gaming. Particularly in this type of games. Go back to the old Diablo days. And it always feels like such a limiting factor.
The worms will have to wait a bit longer for this meal.
Projectile attack, projectile speed. Oh, this one is good. Maybe I'll occasionally accidentally speaking Hungarian. That is my mother tongue. I will try to catch myself when doing that, so I can repeat in English. But yeah, well, it's always such a hassle to deal with. Especially at the start on spellcasters who have nothing else to do, just the spells with mana. Because the attack at least, I can at least basic attack, but oh my god, this crap is dodging everything. It's from the Matrix.
The worms will have to wait a bit longer for this meal.
Nice. I've been wondering if there's any purpose really for mana, because the start it's always a problem and issue, and then everyone works on solving the issue by making it an absolute non-issue irrelevance. For example, most attack builds either go for life tap and just make it so that instead of mana it uses life constantly, like 1000 life regeneration, so that doesn't matter at all. Or they have some good leech, they constantly get it back. Everyone reserves most of their mana anyway, unless you are running some armed mage stuff, mana stacker. Any point to really mana. I guess as an interaction it's interesting to do all the different mechanics around mana stacking, the preservation, and so on. But other than that, And again, people don't really like that type of resource generate, resource spender system that Diablo 3 had. So maybe mana is a necessary evil.
The worms will have to wait a bit longer for this meal.
It's the explosion. Wonder if, well, not if, I'm sure everyone who played this game knows names at that moment, but I wonder how many people at that moment where your character is already really low on health, you are out of resources, but that greedy loop goblin comes out from deep within and you are like, yeah, I will open that stash, I will kick that barrel. What if there is some good loot in it? And then it explodes and you die. That was weird. It became immune to damage. What's supposed to happen? Any zombies nearby? Easy XP. 2, 3. I really should have named them differently so they are in an order. I always have trouble naming things. It's one of the hardest part of creating a character for me. Not this time because I learned from the streamers that I watched that they usually just use their name and then
The worms will have to wait a bit longer for this meal.
they just had the name of the league, maybe name of the main skill, and then it's done. So that's easy now. But in roleplay games it's still such a hassle. Figuring out a name that is matching the theme of the game, the vibes, or the cultures they imitate. Like if it's a Viking game, then you want some Norse something named it. Oh. Let's click. Three, four. Maybe it's best to just run up to these things nearly range so they can dodge the arrow. Size a amount of zombies up here. Oh yeah, the reason why the Scion is used for this because the Scion has a good passive movement speed, passive at the start, so you can very quickly move around. Because its base skill with its base damage is pretty good. You don't need the passives for damage that much. You can just use it for the convenience of movement speed, so you can run around quickly. On the other hand, I'm truly ranged, so maybe this is also good. And momentum support also works. Oh, you rigged. Usually during leveling, balancing the links comes first. Not all attack skills uses your weapon's base damage as their own base. So it's a balancing act of getting something that has really high base damage, getting something that also has the links that you'll need for your skill, and the sockets and the socket colors. And traveling, probably that's the biggest issue, the coloring. There's the chromatic orbs that you can use to colors do not drop that often. Although if the league truly buffed currency drops, then this one's going to be better than usual. I think the moment I started streaming, I immediately got a bot, and I'm pretty sure I just got one again. Which is truly remarkable. Especially the first one. The first one was astonishing. I literally pressed stream. I went over to copy over the chat link to make the overlay work. Didn't work, but that's a different question. And I already saw a spam message advertising some website. Zombies here. Or if the sun cuts out a few times, that's when I'm alt-tabbing out of the game, and I'm pretty sure I set it so that it doesn't have a sun when I'm doing so. Maybe I should turn it back on so it's not so abrupt. If you go done with the regular attack, it doesn't use mana. And the mana flask. Let's say that's 2 misses. Wasting mana. Oh yeah, as for the actual build that I'm planning, I want to make a Templar. Because I always wanted to make that Holy Army type of minion build where you also attack not just your minions, and skills have been buffed for that, like Absolution. That's a spell, so I'm kind of torn because I want the attack to make it feel like more like the Holy Warrior type with Dominating Blow. That's kind of a janky attack, like all actual attack melee attacks where you have to hit in melee range, not like the slams where you can blow up half the screen or the whole screen. Although that Holy Hammer, I think the new slam also looks fun with the cascading attacks. But I really wanted to do this Holy Minion thing, so I don't have that with Absolution or with Dominating Blow and Herald of Purity. Maybe I'll go for that. And then another reason I'm farming the Oni-Goroshi, because I thought it would be also thematic to use that, as you are following essentially a goddess with that weapon. So the Holy Warrior still Drax. Although I'm not sure any of my skills would cause ignite or burning. You can eat corpses, so they drop. As for defense, I want to also do the really stupid idea, I think, because from what I've seen it's the weakest defense form, with the armor and energy shield combo. So truly that strength plus int combination of the Templar starting place. I don't know how good it is. It always seemed like the weakest defensive combination ever, because you often get into a situation where you don't have enough energy shield to really have a big HP, effective HP pool for the against the one shots, and you also don't have enough armor for it to make any kind of difference. But we shall see. I'm actually not even entirely sure how long I'm going to be playing the league. Wisdom. Definitely I will do maps at the very least, because I want to see how is the new Atlas. That has been a big change. And I'm curious how it works out. Now that maps are essentially waystones like in Path of Exile 2. Which are things that I always really hated. Well, it's not the waystones itself that I hated. It's the whole tower system that I really dislike. Yeah, no, quite a few zombies to kill. Or one. I don't like the towers. I don't like them at all. That whole infinite atlas is very bad. It has no sense of progression at all because it's infinite. And it's still very buggy. Nodes are sometimes not connected at all, or it looks like they are connected, but in reality they are not. Oh yeah, you just shoot those. But supposedly there is going to be a whole river, because even when it came out, GGG already talked about how the entire endgame was just quickly thrown together, and that's not the final version of it. Which I honestly, in one way, I doubt, because it seems to be an incredible waste of development to make all those towers, the map layouts for them, the enemies, the whole system, just as a temporary solution. So I think they somehow wanted to make that, it's just that the community didn't like it, or at least the first interpretations of it were pretty garbage, to be honest. It got better. But there is still a lot to do. Let's see, I'm going to hit 4. That's oh, no, yeah, I think 4. That's sad. Just here. 1, 2. The currencies on Path of Exile 2 is kind of weird. The League mechanic, the Temple, first it was really bad, then they panic buffed it. But it might have been not bad actually, just that people didn't figure out how to stack the rooms yet. But I think it's, from a design standpoint, it's pretty sad that the ideal temple is one where you never kill the boss. You just don't want to do the Atsir fight. And that's sad because those WWDs go to waste. Series assets, which are considerable. And I like, however, I don't mean the treasure rooms. I think the fight itself was also bugged, because it could get stuck on the last phase and you can never finish it, and then the one-shot mechanic kills you guaranteed or something like that. Fortunately, by the time I get to that fight, they actually fixed that. And I was doing like pretty much everyone else was doing the Ice Wolf, and it just destroyed her incredibly quickly. So that fight was a non-issue.
That would only slow me down.
I don't know. Spike. What do we? Oh, I never even knew that when you drop a portal, you can't use the portal yet. Projectile damage when you throw damage. 2, 3. And everyone eventually get the setup for their whole temple and just kept running it again and again and again. It was funny when people started to filter out stuff like exiles from their loot filter because they were too many of them. It was no longer worth it to pick them up. When you went to the temple and you dropped like 100 divine. One of the biggest problem of the temple's design, core design, was that it was too big. Because if they have made it like two entire room wide, smaller, like 2 row and 2 columns all together, just shrink it by 2. I think the original problem that people lose too many rooms when it destabilizes wouldn't have been an issue because the whole thing is smaller, so you get to the end faster and you can reload the whole piece faster too. And then we wouldn't have run into the problem either when people actually figured it out, how to stack things in the temple, and especially after they buffed the modifiers of the temple, added new modifiers to it. Then the combination of it became incredibly strong. Maybe if it was smaller, then they wouldn't have needed to worry about that either, because you cannot stack that many rooms in the first place, so it's not an issue. I wonder if streaming is good for the back, because I have to actually sit relatively straight so that I'm in frame and all that. Wait, I need to exit. And not just assume the usual gamer pose, that gremlin, where my back is basically a question mark. Level 3, some plus level 4. Okay, more of these things. Level 4 is at least more than halfway through. We are aiming for level 7. We have the point where everything only gives like 1 experience points. Oh, medium more flask. That's useful. Let's put it here so it doesn't take that much to... Oh, yeah, we also leveled up. Let's go back. It was 4 to 1. Oh, first one is on level, so it's behind a bit. Let's check for more zombies up here. This is usually a good zombie spot. There we go. Can hear them. I always like the sound design of Path of Exile. It's kind of a ongoing gag, I guess, in the community when every patch notes and every day contains that they improve the visuals and the sound, but it is noticeable. Things sound nice. The problem is that when you start to get an endgame character and choice maps, those sound effects became a hindrance performance because every hit and every interaction gets calculated by the CPU, and there's no CPU on Earth that can handle that without problem. You are using builds that go up like 2 or 3 screens. It is noticeable that if you go into the config files and actually turn off your sound, not just in the menu but in the config, to truly turn them off and just mute them effectively, your performance improves drastically.
That would only slow me down.
I make maybe here. Yeah, this will give me one slot there. If you don't want to move completely your game and you are having performance issues, you can also just reduce the channel count in the settings first. That also helps. I have a friend I played with who has a potato PC, and we have to go through the loops like that so that he can play. He's more of a Path of Exile 2 guy and just wanted some of the cosmetics, so I help him through the campaign. And requirements like hit level 80 or something in that, or don't even remember what was the conditions properly and stuff like that. But yeah, he has a really old PC. It's more on console. And we could solve some of the performance issues, so at least it's playable. One of the drawbacks of the improvements of things like that. That other rig gets progressively more left behind. Although a lot of it could be solved if some extra options or optimizations would exist. How my bandwidth? My PC is like 6 years old at this point, I would say. Back then it was kind of really beefy, but not like 2 or 3 generations later I was afraid if it will be able to handle multi-streaming while playing a game. But according to the statistics that OBS and the website show, seems like it's fine. I wonder if I finish streaming and I replay, it turns out that I'm just a black screen and I have fucked up everything. That would be such a legendary blunder. First stream and it's nothing, just black screen. Not even the mic working. This is linked. Not much stronger. Let's see, probably one hit even with the basic attack. Well, not hero, at least zombies. Or... some flex charges. I wonder how is the Mirage mechanics. I haven't really had the time to test it out. Based on what I have seen online, it has some real juicing potential, but some of the new chase items and borrow power seem to be really rare this link. Maybe too rare. Like those coins that allow you to essentially, well, corrupt a skill gem into having like an anoint, basically, but it's already supported. Gets a free support. I wonder if it's actually not a borrow power thing, but they want to make it core. And that's why it's already rare. They just didn't communicate that. This is a good mana regeneration, and the start is very good. We have to fix my posture. Going back to grumbling. Already forget which version has the better move. Thomas worked on them before regenerated.
That would only slow me down.
Oni-Goroshi. Armor actually slows you down. Anything that has armor in it is a defense. It has a hidden movement decrease, very much slower. Right. I guess it's fine here. 1, 1, 2. The storm sounds in the game sound like there's a storm outside the window. With the sound designs. I like listening to storms. I think most people do. It's somehow calming. Assuming you are in safety. There was a time where I was actually stuck outside in the middle of a forest during a storm. That was shitty. But it didn't feel bad at the time because I was still young, so it was like, oh yeah, storm, cool, awesome. But now that I am old, I would hate it. I'm old and grumpy. Not from the inside, from the warmth of the room. That's nice. Just listening to it. The rain. Just the raindrops on the window. Nothing else. Or the thunders. When it's far away, when it's really cold, it's still kind of scary. Especially when lightning strikes nearby. I once had a time when I was looking out the window and the lightning just struck there. Struck. Don't even know what the English proper is. And it scared the shit out of me. It's like right in front of me. I wonder how the game audio is. We need to set up my mobile or something to see how testings. I really can't tell from OBS alone. Not try to do, did a few just recording. It seemed fine, but from what I have read online, everything gets a bit screwed up during streaming due to compression and all that. It's really not the same as recording something. Which is already not. Oh, you almost died again. Oh, I don't life risk. Life again. But the defense is always noticeable when you are watching even the biggest content creators. There's a big difference between them streaming and just posting a recorded video. The sound is particularly different, the voice. think people also talk very differently online. The so-called streamer voice. Although I don't think I have a separate streamer voice. I cannot enunciate my words anyway. I always had trouble putting emotions into my voice. To the point that I often say that I'm depressed because of it, because I also developed a poker face, so I don't show emotions and I don't sound like emotional. And I also have really hard time expressing emotions like that. Even when I'm actually happy or grateful or something like that, it might not come across as such. It's kind of a double-edged sword because it might seem rude when you seem ungrateful or something, so that's the bad part. On the good part is on people also don't hear when I'm being sarcastic or I'm really fed up. Something like in my old job. I used to, well, I did various jobs, but the one that I particularly hated because I really don't like to be social was when I worked in retail. And you have to always pretend that everything is nice and smile and be nice to the customers, even when they are really assholes. Puts a lot of things in perspective, the job, the whole customer service. Have to handle people. I always thought that I won't be able to handle people and keep talking and all that, but retail teaches a lot of things if you want to keep your job. Unfortunately, it also reinforces a lot of bad stereotypes about people in general. But it also has some really funny moments. Like some of the people who come in to buy things, well, not used to, were such characters. Like you couldn't make up someone when you was trying to write a story. And some of the real life people and the personalities, they are really hilarious in various ways. Some of them are really funny, or some of them are just like really weird, I guess would be the word, or strange. And no, I accidentally hit hero, but not in the bad way, you know, that truly unique way. Come on, look, I'm in the middle of something. There were customers that we talked about for years. That's when every time something happened and we were like, oh, remember that guy? And the reason I'm not going into specifics, by the way, because a lot of the things that I would need to say, not something I even can translate properly, because there's just the choice of words some of the consumers use is either extremely inappropriate and I don't want to repeat it here, or just really Hungarian. Isn't that much of a equivalent of it in English, or at least it means different things. Like I could translate it, but the meaning is not really there. You know how there are words that in some languages can be like swears or curses, and in other languages that same word has an exact translation, but it really means vastly, it has a really different weight to it. It's either way more serious, not that serious, it's like the whatever. English is a really good example of that, just within itself. There are, you know, the list of words that you can never say on radio and something, and then some English-speaking countries use that word in every day. For the Rocket usually has to hear a lot, and if I ever play a horror game you will hear that, but never happen because I really don't like horror games. I am a scaredy cat. And I already have heart condition, so I don't want to die on stream because of a jump scare.
That would only slow me down.
So I played a few horror games on my own. First, like Alien Isolation, I like that one. I didn't like the ending. Well, not the ending, but the ending sequence. Like the game was one chapter too long. At the end it really dragged out, in my opinion. But otherwise not like it. I like the Alien franchise. Even when it's kind of goofy or... Well, I guess I like the Alien. The franchise is more iffy because the newer movies about it, I didn't like any of them, and I didn't watch some of them because of that. I like the old Alien movies, even 3 and 4, and those are really not great. 3 is particularly weird. 4 has a sweet spot in my heart, even though it's really... it's weird. Especially the second half of it. But I really like the first half with the crew. Like all those members. The track deck crew. They're the ones that the streamer should say something every 2 seconds. But I'm really having trouble with that. I also feel like if I'm spending the whole something 8 hours farming this thing, by the time I finish farming it I have told my entire life story. Because there's really not much to it. Most of my adult life has been incredibly boring. Just living life. Nothing else easy from here. Spawn. Wonder if I should make this channel actually channel, not the stream itself. Try to edit it with something watchable. Maybe create an intro video. No, lot of VTubers have like debut videos and intros for their channel. But I don't really feel like a VTuber. Yes, technically I am because I'm using a VTuber avatar instead of just webcam. At least I'm hoping that I'm using a VTuber avatar and just a webcam. Let me actually check. Right on stream. Don't even know if my... Oh yeah, I never checked. Oh, I am live, okay. Tube 2. Which before. Let's hope it works. If it doesn't, I can just pull that out. Something. Oh well. Shows how much of a noob in this. I've been here for like 90 minutes and it just occurs to me that maybe I'm not even properly live on YouTube. Actually, after I'm done with this run, I will probably go and check if I'm live properly. But it's not much of a streaming test if I'm not even streaming. Check quickly. Okay. Give me a minute. Let me check things. Okay, let's see. I think I screwed up. YouTube at least. On YouTube all I can see is the starting screen. That's weird. No, it's me. How do I change this? No. Seems that that's what is have no idea. Check this properly inside. Oh boy. Give me a few more minutes. Check this. Or can go back. Oké, végül, végül starting soon game one. Well, this is not good. Let's check quickly. What about now? Did anything change? Yes, Twitch. Which is working properly, but not stream, not YouTube. I think I screwed up the multi thing. Yeah, it's just been several hours of the starting screen. That's great. Let's troubleshoot live. Why not? Maybe someone else learns from my mistake. Ended my stream. No, it goes back. But why? Oh my god, I just realized the problem. I think. Oh my god. See. Seriously. Because that's such a stupid mistake. No, it wasn't even the problem. Wonder if I can even change it. Yeah, I probably need to stop the stream. Okay, stop. And now it works. Okay, now let's do a quick test. Just a few more minutes. No one's watching this anyway. Why not? And now it works properly. Okay, so note for any future bot watchers. If you are setting up your OBS with any kind of multi-stream that allows you to modify the scene, do not set a scene. Use the default, because then that scene will change along with anything that you change in OBS. I did the problem where I accidentally changed it, and as a result the past 90 minutes or something has been my opening scene. Why Twitch changed, because I didn't have to change anything for that setting. So that's a stream that goes to the trash. So welcome to YouTube watchers. We are fighting Oni-Goroshi. I'm not going to repeat everything because that's incredibly boring. Well, at least I figured it out. Now only if I knew how to make my chat properly appear, that would be nice. I'm probably going to read that later. Try to do some of the test streams to see how that works. Just pop, yeah. See Twitch twice. Both chat. OBS. Chat. Put it here. Liking him. Hopefully. This will. Alright. Back to farming. This is the usual 1 minute fix that turns out to be 15 minutes at least. But such is life. And online troubleshooting. I don't even know why you open the box anymore, but it glows, so it must be opened, right? That's how it works. Okay, probably also need to reset my model a bit. It's really fantastic how accessible B2Bing, so-called B2Bing really, became. How easy it is to use now.
That would only slow me down.
Virtual avatar. Anything else nearby? This one, okay. 2. Back to that. I just realized that the bots that were in my chat were probably advertising bots based on the name. Really doesn't have the Twitch allegations, but how most stuff are botted. Maybe not even by the actual streamers. I mean, what kind of insane conspiracy would be if the platform itself would bot things, because then it drives up advertising prices. Let's check a bit. Nothing. Let's move on. Well, I'm really not used anymore to talking so much. Even if it sounds like I'm not talking a lot, this is an incredible amount compared to how much I usually talk. Because I'm usually just by myself and I don't talk to myself. But I do, just not loudly. You know, nervous. I learned that apparently some people can do inner monologues. Some people can't imagine things in their head, but such a alien concept to me, not being able to do that. And then again, the human brain is incredibly mysterious. This clump of zombies. It's considering how low experience gain is now. That is very nice. Hillock is giving much experience anymore. No. Almost level 5. Getting closer and closer. 3, 4. One XP gain.
That would only slow me down.
This might come in handy during the Uber fight. And probably kite with this character. Stomberna will be more of a limiting factor. This pushes now. Stay good. Medium of us. One. Let's take XP. Even the crabs. Wait. Oh, that's a pretty good route for XP. We might even hit 5 for me, look, or even before him, maybe. We get a few more zombies on the way. Yep, almost level up.
Pain brings strength. That's nature for you.
Not interesting. I'm getting upset trolled by these things. Anyway, I'm not going to use any of the currency because I want to save all of it for my actual character. Since we are in SSF, making helps, or at the very least I really hope that I made everything in SSF. Yeah, that would be another hilarious bundle. Fine, but down here it turns out that I didn't actually put it on SSF. Although we can still use self imposed rules since not interacting with trade. Not the end of the world. So 1, 2. 32. Okay, that gives experience. Keep killing it. Our XP meters. Experience points. This wasn't a good zombie. Stop me. Oh, 2 wisdom. Nice. Almost. One more.
Pain brings strength. That's nature for you. Oh no, it's bad. Realization that I screwed up the YouTube stream. Already took the wind off my sail. You already had trouble talking. Can I feel it even more? Oh, Pain
level.
brings strength. That's nature for you.
I think we only need to hear this voice line one more time. Only one more character to reach level 5. And the next set of voice line would come only at level 10. Yeah, level 10 I think. And we are not going to reach that here. Not even sure if it's possible to reach it here. Well, I guess you could, because I think at worst everything gives 1 experience points. So eventually you would reach it. I really hope I won't have to farm that much. As for the stream, for the first stream, the plan is to stream today until I get my Oni-Goroshi. And that will be the end of this test stream. Yeah, we will finish by actually reaching the town to my main character, the Templar. Maybe this. More zombies, nothing. Okay. 2, 4. Let's go. Oh, this is not 5. Yeah, oh, yeah, this will be the last one too. plans for the main character other than the mentioned Holy Warrior minion minion, what is it, army? No, but the Templar, the Paladin ascendancy. You can take that giant flaming minion that just burns
Pain brings
everything,
strength.
and
That's nature for you.
it makes it really easy to go through the whole campaign, even the early mods. And going forward, I don't know, I'm kind of split because I'm interested in that holy fire thing, that hallowing flame or something. What's its name? That looks really interesting. And also thematic. With the whole paladin. I wonder, by the way, if the only reason we got the paladin and holy skills because Diablo 4 is coming out with the, or maybe already came out with the paladin. GGG being the eternal Diablo 2 fanboys, they must add this. I'm also pretty sure it's pretty much a beta test for Path of Exile 2. Because apparently the next classes and skills that come out will be MIDI. So we might be getting an actual paladin plus next to the druid. With holy skills. That would be cool. I think a lot of people like that holy warrior archetype, the paladin. Such a staple in fantasy. I like it in various roleplay games too that I played when I was young. Played a few local ones that are only available in Europe and Hungary itself. Small ones, but also big ones like D&D. Well, D&D became kind of weird with the latest edition, the changes. I think it lost some of its fantasy charm. That classic high fantasy, where you know that and everything is kind of proper, not proper, but definitely labeled. No evil. Sorry, devils are always evil and all that. They are kind of wishy-washy about it, like everything can be everything. I don't like that in fantasy. Because real life is already. Sorry, but I drink a bit. Real life is already like that. In real life, everything is kind of a shade of grey. And you have to navigate all of it. As every good thing and every bad thing is the opposite from someone's point of view. Honestly. So I like it when in high fantasy at least. Generally in fantasy because it's not high fantasy but like dark fantasy like this game. And here it's just everything is shit. So you know that there are no good guys, everything is kind of selfish and all for themselves. That also makes things clear. Like you don't have to worry about the moral decisions here. That's the appeal of dark fantasy, I think, and grim dark settings and all that. Like Warhammer. Like everyone is an asshole in the universe, and all good guys. And it can be liberating to play the bad guy. When you know everyone is an asshole, so you are not like a bad guy, because everyone else is also a bad guy, so you're just a bunch of bad guys hurting each other and screwing each other over. So it's just fun. Of course, some games like that lies in the middle, like the Witcher series, where there is a lot more, especially in like Witcher 3, where a lot of decisions are really more in the gray section, where it just really depends on what you want as an outcome, as opposed to, yeah, here's it definitely good outcome, here's a definitely bad outcome. That's also fun. I just like it when things are clear and not everything becomes the same. We should have games like old D&D where everything is just plain, couldn't play it bad, and you know at glance what everything is. And stuff like Warhammer as well, everything is shit. Even games like everything is kind of good are nice, or more chill games. The chill settings rather are nice. And the morally ambiguous. That's always a word that I can pronounce properly, but I hope you guys get it. Are fun. I just like it when there is variety. I don't like when everything moves that toward that homogeneous stuff, when everything is kind of the same, very subtle differences. Creative variety is nice. So it's nice that such indie games have such a renaissance. They are really coming up. Game development became a lot easier from what I understand. Oh, it actually died before. Turned. A lot more accessible, a lot more people with ideas can try it out. And a lot of good games come out of it. For example, also that Slay Spire 2 really blew up. I have the first game, never played it yet. Still don't have the time. I want to try it, I will probably play it on stream. See how it's like, the whole game, and then it's good, then I will get the second game. I read in some posts that it's mostly like the first game, just more, which I think it sounds excellent if it's good. There are way too many games that have a sequel and they try to reinvent themselves and it just falls flat, because people like the game because they like that game, and then you come up with a sequel that tries to be a completely different game and then get surprised that why doesn't anyone like the game. That often big fires. Even if the game is even if the sequel is good, there is that expectation that people, well, it's a sequel, you named it XY2, right? So everyone expects that it's a sequel, so it will be like the first game. So that when it's nothing like the first game, well, it already leaves like a sour taste in mouth for gamers who are really expecting that, especially the marketing leaned into it. Then the players feel betrayed. So yeah, you really don't need to reinvent yourself. Just do what worked.
That would only slow me down.
Yeah, we probably never need this amount of this. Just out of habit, I can pick them up. So yeah, it's really nice to see how many indie games are popping up. Really need to keep adjusting myself. Proper sitting is so hard. Let's reset myself. Okay. Wonder if I should make some. I see VTubers usually use some kind of background music. I think it's made by the community, which I don't have, and I'm so bad at music that back in music class I was just told that I don't have to try so hard at singing, that it's better if I just don't sing. I have a very horrible voice, and I'm not good at music, like actual instruments, and by that I mean I don't know anything about it. I can't play shit. But maybe digitally I could make something that seems a lot easier. Simply repeating, that's not too grating to listen to. Then I could just put that as a background music. For now, in the game has a background music. If I toggle the silences, maybe I should turn that off later. You'll see, there's a lot of things to work. Just before I hit streaming, like an hour before that, I started looking over all the Twitch settings for alerts and all that.
That would only slow me down.
We were trying to desperately set things up. And I have no idea if they actually work. I have no idea if anything works. Really, because the YouTube stream wasn't working for 1.5 hours. Still 5. It has been like 2 hours, I guess. Slowly going.
That would only slow me down.
Bountiful corpse. Wisdom scrolls. They are not that useful anymore. Because after a certain point, I think already in Act 1 you get access to the identify option on the NPCs. So they can just do that for you. I still like to keep scrolls with me in my inventory. It's just nice to have them. Quickly identify something, especially when you are in a loot rich situation and you need to start throwing things out. See, it's on this game. Could hear them. Three. Oh, this sound is really strong. Oh. Will work. For the record, if anyone watching, I don't know if anyone watching. I can't see the viewership. I'm looking at the OBS if it works, and I popped out the chat to see if that works. So unless anyone writes me something outside of that two bot that showed up, I have no idea if you are here. So please overlook if I don't greet anyone popping in. It's simply because I don't know that you are here. The plugin that I tried using to show activity and all that pretty much immediately broke, and I didn't want to start the stream by restarting the stream. Because I was already kind of nervous about the first time
That
having
would
hit
only
the
slow me down.
stream button. 3, 4. What was I talking about that is actually relevant to the game? Oh yeah, the planning. I want to farm when I get to the Atlas Legion, because I never really went into Legion before. I already farmed things like Reach and Expedition. Betrayal. But I never did Legion. I did the Legion too,
That would only slow me
because
down.
Delirium is always good on with everything, just pop it on top of it. It was just a loot multiplier basically. So I did some of that too. But never did the Legion. And I like the Legion. I don't know if my build will actually be any good for Legion. Because Legion really wants that big AoE attack. Which like the Ranger would with the when you are all firing like 5 arrows and they chain and pierce and return and all that. It's really good. We will see. My expectation that the entire idea combination with the class, the ascendancy, the skills and what I want to farm will be a really bad combination, but so I'm in SSF, so I'm really not in a hurry to ride the market. It doesn't matter if what I'm doing is bad or not optimal. I just want to try it out. I think SSF is really good for that. Solo self-fund. Because when you are playing in the regular market trade league, everything has that kind of urgency that if you are not playing optimally, you get really behind in the market, and then you get constantly outpriced the market because you don't have the currency to sell things, and what you farm doesn't worth as much as it was on the first day, a second, the third day, first week, second week. Right, because like 3 weeks in, mostly people are the absolute no-lifers, speedrunners. With it like by third week, most of them are really done. A lot of people by second week it's done. zombie here. I usually play longer because I'm slow. Do not blast as fast. I'm also trying out something junky that often doesn't work, and so I have to reroll into something that actually works. Which is not bad because sometimes I reroll and I just follow the guide. And follow a guide that I have never done before. So I learn it. Like once I did mines as a reroll because I never tried mounts. And it was useful to play a guide, a proper guide, because I learned how the mines work actually, the mechanics behind them, the interactions between the skills. Guides are really good guys at least, are really useful for that. For example, that's why the community often recommends to new players to follow Fox Righteous Fire guide, because it's an extremely detailed guide that will teach you about the game as a whole. That's a useful one. Or like, yes, Gazi for minions. He also puts out a lot of detailed videos on them. Maybe I should look how are the new stuff on his channel. Pretty sure he... Yeah, he has written guides too. Where was it? PoE Vault maybe? I think at this point there are like 3 websites that has the majority of the Path of Exile guides and just info outside of the wiki. That's the 4th. Although looking at just people's build on PoE Ninja is also really useful. When you don't, especially when you don't find a guide for something and you have an idea and you check it in PoB, PoB, Path Building program. As one said, the real game. This is what we are currently just a test gun to see if the build works. When you check it out and you throw it together and it's either missing or you are kind of experienced and you know that it's janky. You know the uptimes are bad, and then you can go to PoE Ninja and check other papers, characters, and see how they solved that. You might learn something new from it. The Theoreka moment. Oh right, that unit does it. Sorry, just on the spam message. Alright. I wonder if I have to be careful with the Uber version not to one-shot it like this before it transitions. That would be really sad if I finally get there. It spawns and I somewhat shot it before it pulls out the sword and it doesn't drop the sword. I don't know if that's how it works, but it would be sad if that's true. And it would happen. Some mana back. Don't know if I mentioned it before, because it has been 2 hours and I really forget what I talk about. But if you ever farm Oni-Goroshi, be careful not to enter the city after you kill Hillock. because you can never go back to this location. You have to keep logging out and resetting this location before going into the town. There are very few locations in the game where you cannot go back. This first one is one of them. Maybe the only one? No, I would have to check. Because I don't know. No, this gives... Oh, wait. Oh, movement speed, fancy. Zombies. Drowned. Johnny. Oh yeah, they give out that water lung sound effect when they are standing up. Outside of the technical problems, I'm happy that there are no more problems. Actually, I had a bit of a stomach ache. I don't know if it's nervousness or it's just something that I ate right before I started. So that's sort of great timing. But nothing came out of it. Maybe it was the nerves. Smooth. How much XP he loses? 136. 136. 140. 43. Not bad. Thing I need from here. Nothing. Ooh. These crabs are such trolls. They also hit kind of hard. I guess they are the version of those hedgehog thingies from Diablo 2. Path of Exile 2, there's more of a direct hedgehog equivalent. And the first location, the starting location, which is also a coast like this. Okay, let's see. Kind of a labyrinth in this location now. That's good. this one is linked, so it will become a chromatic orb. You get a chromatic orb when you sell an item that has 3 different colored sockets linked together. It can have a 4th one too. Doesn't matter, it just has 3 at least. Then you get a chromatic orb. So I'm keeping those for later. I started yawning, not a good sign. Maybe it's too hot in here. The temperature has been really warming up in Hungary. It's been more sunny. The nights can be still chilly, as in spring is usually. Not wasting time on that. We'll just keep dodging. Let's see. This. Okay. This didn't dodge. Leather cap. Ooh, that's nice. Let's replace that. Leaving that more because it uses too much space. Not really worth it. Limited inventory. I wonder if we will get any unique before we get Oni-Goroshi. It is theoretically possible. That speed is not high enough to instantaneously shoot in the direction where you are clicking your mouse. I didn't get any quiver yet. I wonder if quivers can actually drop here. Maybe they have a minimum area level requirement to drop. So yeah, this is where you really feel the experience dropping. The rate of the experience gain dropping. Oh, I was 6 we don't have that yet. Oh, what you did? Kind of. Maybe it would be better to just keep rushing, kill lock and kill everything on the way without going out of my way to find some other. That would be faster. I haven't really looked up the optimized theory on how to farm him. Already dodging all the time. And we wait until they fire. Then they are also animation locked. How much experience a single zombie gives? 402? 15. It's really not much. At this point. Heal log gives 959. Let's see. Volume 40 something still. Must be, yeah. Yeah, whatever. I didn't level up, so why would it change? But that's the equivalent of like 14 zombies. Yes, yeah, it's better to just rush him. Everything's just on the way that I can. So. Besides, in theory, he can drop Oni-Goroshi sooner. It's just that it's so unlikely on lower level that it's not worth considering. But it can happen, I think. I'm not sure. And Twitch just keeps looking like it's actually working, but it's just connecting the chat all the time and then sending a message that it oh, I got to chat. It keeps looking like someone also sent the message, but it didn't. Just the chat being the program itself is stupid. I must click it. Compels me. I say that, but I actually ignored it a few times. Not an open film. I wonder if there's an actual reason set for me getting an extra zombie on clicking on the first dialogue. Sometimes I'm kind of just scared not doing it because what if it's some script breaks and then I don't get them. Because you're supposed to kill that, talk to him, kill the zombie, drop the gem, put in the gem, you click on the box, you get the support gem, you put in the support gem, and then you fart heal lock. We are getting closer to level 6. Walking away. That's the first one. Bird. 18 mana. That's good. Simply instead of this. There. How did the first shot miss? I really wish momentum support didn't die off so quickly. If we just just a second it would keep on. It feels so much better as a speed burst. Make a sprint burst. Where is sprint burst? Why is that familiar? Oh yeah, it's in DBD. I think it's correct. Yeah, we definitely need to make or get some royalty-free music for the rolling here. Although I guess it doesn't matter because if I actually play the game, it's not the same music on the same map, and I can't use any idea of music because YouTube copyright. Twitch you can do it with the channel separation, so it's not in the VOD. Maybe if this gets going and I get some money, then I can hire a professional to make some background music. Something actually good. Usable. Getting closer and closer to 6. Then we are in striking range. Man, my throat is sore. Real respect for all the streamers in general and their teams who can keep talking for hours and hours. I watch VTubers and so many of them apparently go through some kind of throat surgery and medical program with the throats. And I'm starting to understand why just from these few hours. Although I think it's also a problem because people who stream are used to being cooped up at home. They are generally not the type that really take care of their health in the first place. So that's definitely adds to it, in my case too. Although I do remember I had the same problem when I first worked in retail. Talking to the customers all day long really took a toll on my voice. But then you get practice, get used to it. At least since I don't have a terrible voice, I'm not going to sing. Because that's a real strain. That's actually a strain. Talking is one thing, it's just not being used to it. But actually singing, that's hard. Voice acting too, from what I know. Like watching anime and all that stuff, and I dabbed it a bit into the behind the scene work. See how things are. Voice acting is a seriously hard work too, on the voice. It's almost like humans were not created to constantly use it at its full capacity or vocal cords. Okay, so there we go. Did that corpse just open because the NPC did the monster? Hmm. Almost. Almost at 6. Oh. Moon reflection. Nice. Never really noticed it. I guess you never really spend too much time at one place in this game. Are you blasting at a time like this?
That would only slow me down.
Oh, lightning damage and lightning grass. Nice. That's good. Oh, almost level up. This character is kind of behind. Let's take a beer. Longer way around. Zombies. Oh, come on, hit. So that this character catches up. I like it better when they are in sync. That basket I thought this one. Oh, silly. Okay, more in sync now. Oh, Force is even more behind. Maybe with healing heal, it will give an experience so that it's more in sync with the rest. Okay, this my heal was
That would only slow me down.
Oh, you already have a stash. So. Okay. Keep stepping down. Solo death would have 60. Oh yeah, it's barely the first week. Steve is not at it yet. I wonder if I will even get that message. Since I'm solo self, I think I direct different league. Oh yeah, might be a different person. 6. Really need to fix myself. One projectile damage, and that is. Am I picking it up? It's like it stood up for a bit and then my rate immediately reset. Giving like 9 experience points at this one. How much you look? 3 1. Oh, chance. 3 1 7. Oh, it's like half of what it used to give. Yeah, this will be. This is the actual long part now. Let's drink this up. Reaching level 7. That's the real long part. That's okay. I can be here in morning. Not a problem. Yeah, there are zombies nearby. Just scraps that I keep missing. That's it. Let's go the scenic way. Moving forward. Right. Some enemies is there. Okay, we get 6 on this too. Although barely. This character is behind a bit compared to the rest. It has the best bow though. It's really easier to just run up to them and shoot like, oh. There. we level character.
That would only slow me down.
There it is. A unique before the unique that we want. I even got an achievement. This is the red beak or what it's called. Yeah, red beak. Pretty good if the person gets it at the very start. Otherwise it's useless. Okay, everyone is level 6. On to the last stretch. Really, the last like 3 to 4 hour stretch. Okay, so what I'm talking about the quickly change where the arrow doesn't really go where you are pointing, because there is an animation speed that prevents it. So kind of animation locked. It's like you are playing like a tank game where you need to turn the turret and you have to wait until the turret turns. Like World of Tanks. I think that has that. Oh, this is good. Any other thing here? No. You can really see at the bottom the XP bar is barely crawling forward. Yeah, single zombie gives 9 experience points now. And let's see how much heal is. Level 6. Oh, sure. So it was almost 88 point of experience. This will take a while. How much is a crab? 6. Zombies are better. I wonder how is the new Scion ascendancy. People have been hyped and they released the data, the actual ascendancy, and it seems like the hype died down because it's not that good. I wonder if people figured out some build at least for it. Maybe some niche build that just needed that one last piece of an extra unique, basically double unique or something, so now it's good. I personally don't mind if an ascendancy is not that used, if there is at least some skills that it makes usable. Although that wouldn't be a problem if we wouldn't have a bunch of them. They're just unusable, more like shit, honestly. Garbage skills. Because some of them are really bad. And some just need some simple buff. Like actual number buff. Just increase the damage on them. Or just lower. Or make them faster. Rather. Better attack speed. More attack animation. Fine. Sometimes that's all something needs. Like when they first buffed melee, when they took out the... What was it? I don't even remember the name of it. Basically, if you played actual melee, you were required to use a totem. It increased, I think, your attack speed or something. Because without that, your DPS was so bad, melee was not viable. They kept talking about how it's not that easy to fix the issue. I saw an interview. I think it might have been with Jonathan, but I'm not sure. Maybe not. Don't quote him, quote me on that. But every time they asked him, asked the interviewer why GG they hate me, they were talking about how they know that it's just hard to do well. And for some reason, when they asked about the skill balancing, they started talking about how hard is it to make new ones, because in Path of Exile 1 every class, like the Ranger, the Templar and so on, have their own skeleton, so every skill needs to be remade for everyone. And I watched the interview and I was wondering, why are they talking about this when no one wants new melee skills, just wants the already one in the game to work. Not just work, but be actually viable. And then a couple seasons ago, they actually buffed it and turned out that's really all was needed. They took out the totem and simply buffed all the damage. And so then a bunch of stuff was good. I could say some of the slam stuff actually became way too good. But it got a nerf now. It's still good. Just not as powerful. I mean, it was really funny when everyone was restarting with Thunder, because it's such a good skill to use. Without too exertion, insane damage. Pretty quick pick away, safe because of the range. It's a really good skill. It's still good. Although I heard some, or saw some video about on paper the content creators were reacting to the patch notes for this league, and some of the slam users were raging that it's trash. Turns out it's still good, just not as OP as it was. At least for league start. I think most people transitioned off it late in the league. Like... Oh, shoot. I see. Ooh. The moment I start showing the movie. Where is Hero? Sanity. Yeah. So. Kind of reached at that point when I don't know what to talk about, and the farming reached the point where it's actually slow. But that's what grinding is. So that's one thing. But it should be, in theory, my job to make it entertaining. I just don't know how. To be fair, I'm talking to myself, so. Oh, a transition. That's mutation. That was it loud? Shouldn't hit the microphone. Actually, give me a second. I never checked what's the quality like on the stream. It looks it looks good. No artifacts and stuff like that. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. On YouTube. It's okay to play with. Yeah, this. Just have fun. I can go on. That was a corpse. Not a zombie. Feels like this character is a bit more forward in experience. Like it has more bars. Maybe I can get more with this. Nah, just a bit. Alright, let's look in. It's a nice group of zombies. A good chunk of XP. And they seem to be really... Oh, maybe this. So promising. Pretty good. Huh. As can usually receive.
That will only slow me down.
Oh wait, select regret. Oh, regret. Can't read. For the record, I actually wear glasses, so I have trouble seeing. See, 2, 3. Oh, that's culture blacksmith sign. That's really useful. Yeah, so kind of rare. No, the blacksmith one is there. This is the armor. Oh, this is the weapon. Right, this is a stone. And this is common. The armor one is way more rare. Oh, it feels rare because I use more. I don't know. Maybe they have the same loot rate. Drop rate, rather. Just that way more. You only use one, maybe 2 weapons. Every other slot is armor. Except the jewelry, of course. And my back really hurts. It's weird, I can sit on this chair all day long. But now that I actually have to sit somewhat,
That would only slow me down.
do I even need to sit like that? I guess it doesn't matter. I don't know, I'm probably just nervous too. Maybe I should just use the ancient metal and drink something. To be honest, I actually had a shot. But that was more for my stomach. I figured out that it kind of helps if I have an upset stomach. Like a disinfectant. And that's how it works. Now that's what I didn't drink alcohol, actual alcohol, drinkable. Do not drink weird stuff ever. Nice, it's not worth it. Always drink proper drinks. Nothing from questionable source. soon. There we go. Time to throw out some of the gems. No, this is a nice group. Good experience. Ah, jackpot instance. I wish this would be like Minecraft and I could just get the seed and put it in so I can run it again and again. For the optimal speedrun. Come on, grabs.
That will only slow me down.
Must went the wrong way. It's weird, these crabs are input reading. There is actually one enemy that input reads. I don't know if there's more, but I remember right in the first island, Air Rake, or what its name, input reads. That's why he's so especially shitty to kill as a melee character. You can also trick it, because it works based on where your mouse is. And if you already hold down the mouse, you can kind of lead it around, because it will follow it. But it's a X. This is a nice spot. Seed. I remember about something, character seeds actually existing. Because there was a situation where one league someone couldn't drop an item at all, and they had an idea that maybe it's something tied to a character seed, and turned out they were right, because there was a bug that prevented certain character seeds from dropping that item. Stay here, zombies, where are they? Seriously, where are they? How do I hear them? Oh, there's a single one there. Made me wonder that what if one day it comes out that seed thing is still a thing, and it dictates every drop. And some people never drop a mirror because of that. Like their account has no way of dropping it because it wasn't even a character seed, but an account seed, I think, or something like that. Maybe it was a character. No, it was account because they tied all different characters.
That will only slow me down. That
This
will
one,
only slow me down.
rarer one. Oh, I went around. Oh, that's fine. I need XP. XP. Just for luck. Oh, look. Where? Oh, stupid crap. Instead of watching in the chat that is going to be empty anyway, I should have put up a movie of myself for this forum and then just talk about the movie. So it will double as a watch along. An idea for next time. Yes, no. This will work. Anyone has any movie recommendation, let me know. But recommend something niche. Like something that came out on streaming or local rolled or something. Because if it's something from the past like 20 years and it's a big Hollywood movie, I either saw it or I know that I don't care about it. So tell me about your like niche, little known movies that you guys like in the comments. That's what content creators do, right? They tell the people to answer some questions in the comments, good for engagement. Pushes the algorithm. No, I push it.
That would only slow me down.
Jerkins, maybe. Oh, nice. Nice long face. I'm getting kind of hungry to take a break. Just take a quick snack.
That would only slow me down.
Getting there. Slowly but surely. Oh, that's a good chunk. That's good.
That would only slow me down.
There he is. Net fist. Let's take it. Okay, let's finish this rotation and then take a short break. Just to quickly eat something. Sveda started lagging. Oh yeah, it did. The game took off as on that I want to take a break. And this is its revenge. Oh, I hope it fixes. Maybe they are updating something. Nope. I threw out my one good one. And yeah, horrible luck. It's hard. Let's play next one. Maybe that's better. It is a different instance after all. Ah, they're kind of bad. Ooh, I just realized if some of the bad connection issues from the league launch remains where people were rerolled, that would be horrible. So many ways for this grind to be even more worse. Like imagine use of the Oni-Goroshi and then the server rerolls.
That would only slow me down.
Think I can throw out the sling. Ah, that's it. Seems okay-ish. Okay, hopefully this will be fixed. In the meantime, I will take a short break. I won't stop stream, just put up a be right back. Screen standby. See you all in 15 minutes. Let's say 15. And we are back. Oh, an absolute surprise to myself. It was actually 15 minutes on the dot. I'm usually always late. It's a really bad habit of mine. But I freshened up, aired out the room, moved a bit, and ate. So we are good to go. If anyone watching in the future of the wood, not forget to hydrate. Always drink water. It's really good. It's the perfect drink. It's even good water. Like that fresh feeling, cold, not too cold. This is my favorite drink. I like a lot of drinks, but there is something when you are really thirsty. And it's hot. The refreshing water is just so good. I'm really sorry beforehand it happens if I accidentally burp into the mic. After I eat and drunk, especially if I do it a bit fast, I tend to burp a bit. I really will try not to burp into the mic because no one likes listening to that. Like, it's okay if you are with friends on a party or drunk or something, you know, haha, funny. But I'm not one for the after meal ASMR. I wonder if there are people who are into that. But I'm sure every single thing in existence is a kink for someone. Oh, it's a nice ring. Very nice. What do we throw out? Maybe this. We don't need. And zombies nearby. No. Just a quick model adjust. Even a simple model like this needs one. And I so wish I was artistic. I could actually draw, you know. I could have come up with a nicer model probably than modifying stock stuff. Although I think it served the purpose. It's thematic. I'm not sure if I accidentally moved the mic. Hopefully the sound quality is not bad. I cannot listen to that. Did you check that before? I read on your the stream. Checked it before, but it's again not the same as I said. Oh, you almost went to death. My eyes became kind of unfocused a bit. And you're just staring at nothing. Everything is blurry. Or almost. Dexterity. Although maybe the mana regeneration is better for now. On the other hand, more damage means I need to attack less, so I don't need that much mana. Everything has a pro and contra. Ultimately, it doesn't even matter here.
That would only slow me down.
Getting closer and closer. 1, 2. I wonder if I get sleepy because of the ambience of the Twilight Sand here. This nice storm, I was saying before, it's really nice to listen to. It's calming. Gets me sleepy. I know some people who listen to these kind of sounds, you know, on a playlist when going to sleep as a white noise. How close it? Let's see. Where are? Oh, it's fierce. Behind again. compared to the rest. Let's look at it all. Kill some more zombies. I wish we would get some good survivor zombie game. There was a time where everything was a zombie game in the 2010s something. It became all the hype. And then so many bad zombie games came out. And now they died down. Something survivor, but not at the level of detail or being realistic, I guess, or simulation like the Project Zombie. Something a bit more. Well, first of all, it's nice for this first person or maybe third, but not top down. So it's you are closer to everything. Something with more of a story. Or at least NPCs. Like small stories of the NPCs. I always wanted a survival game like that. It's not just grinding for the surviving, but you can actually go through stories of NPCs. And then the map would be randomized and what NPCs appear, even the stories could be. Of course, that's a lot of development, but it would be nice if someone would make one like that.
That would only slow me down.
Like the minority. That's where you need to catch the crabs and they turn into it. The erosion animation of that time. As I said, I have a problem pronouncing words. I haven't practiced English speaking it in a long time. I read it all the time and hear it all the time. Write it sometimes, but speaking it barely. Didn't have the opportunity lately. I used to speak it a lot in the older times when I was younger and I was playing with all the foreign buddies, gaming buddies. Nowadays everyone is busy with their life. There's no time to get together to game for long hours, or even just a bit. Sad reality of getting old. almost ready. Medium mask. Good. 3. Getting closer, closer. As I said, probably 100 times at this point. Am I wearing? Oh, leather cap. I can't even make myself look fancy. Don't have any cosmetics. Let's throw these out. I really don't need this money. Think a few can be useful. Put there for the labyrinth or something. But otherwise, pointless. This was a nice pine again. A lot of zombies on the way. Nice experience. More zombies. Oh, just this. I don't know what it is. No, not a nice group. Nice. I must have went the wrong way. Here. Next. Next. Very few zombies this time. Oh, maybe not. Ready? Oh, I almost thought this is the city wall and like very silly. Kill off on strike. Yet enough. Look, I have come to bargain. Drop me an Oni-Goroshi. Let's end this. I'm going on the right of the box. I was struck off it. Oh, it does say the SSF. I didn't screw that up.
That would only slow me down.
No, he's shocked. The high shock though. Hydrating? Just a bit. Yeah, I should do a schedule. I already put up banners that shows that I stream 5 days a week from Tuesday, Thursday. I learned English like 20 years ago and I still mix those up. The one that comes on after Monday to Saturday. This week I couldn't start like that because, as I said, life happened. Well, that will be the schedule. As for what? For now, Path of Exile. And as I also mentioned, maybe when I'm already done with most of the stuff that I wanted to try, maybe I start splitting the nights into 2 games instead of just playing one for a very long time. And then I just try out Slay the Spire. Other than that, I'm not sure. There's quite a few games that I've got on sales before and I want to try out. Maybe because I didn't have the time or I thought it would be just let me as well play it as a streamer when I eventually get to that. And that took a long time because I'm really lazy and I'm also kind of wishy-washy about things. like plantings, and I even make preparations, but it takes a long time for me to decide, not decide, but actually get myself to do things. It's a really bad trait of mine that I try to work on. Part of the reason I started streaming. I always wanted to try it. The written beating is always interesting, using a virtual avatar. Not the idol stuff, because as I said, I can sing. I definitely get that. None of that artistic talent. But the virtual avatar always look fun. Eventually I will either get down to learning how to model 3D. So I can use, I think, Unity. I can modify this Viroid avatar. Well, it is already modified, but actually change things significantly on it. Or maybe I will just have the money to hire someone professional to do a nice job, proper job on it. Fortunately for most things I don't need a lot of money, because I live in a country that has a really shitty currency. As a result, if I can actually get the streaming start like off the ground, and I get people who like the content enough, or the vibes at least, or something, they are entertained and they donate. I don't need really much of anything because of the shit currency. Perks of living in a country with a bad currency, I guess. I have a few American friends tell me how much things cost and monthly living expensive, and it's insane compared to here. Of course the pays are also higher, but even then, I guess what really screws up everyone is the rent. Fortunately, I have my home, so I don't need rent. I just need to pay the actual bills. You know, the everyday living expenses. So the absolute. Also, it's not like I actually expect anyone to donate. I'm just curious if I can turn this into a business. I used to read some self-help books. Don't know how helpful they are actually. I guess not much, because I'm still quite a loser. So I either did them wrong or they are useless. You can decide which one more likely. And one of them seemed like a good advice, that even if you try something just as a hobby, or just try it out for fun, you should do it like you are doing it as a living, or as a business, a job, a profession, because that makes you strive for a higher level of perfection as a goal, obviously. No, no one's perfect, nothing is perfect, really, but it's good to achieve it. Not achieve, but strive for. It's like the advice that you shouldn't dress for the job that you go, but the job that you want, kind of things, right? So my goal is to see if I can do this as a living, because that kind of forces me to take it more seriously, like one would at the job, where you can get fired and all that. Here not, that's the nice part of it, obviously. Well, I guess you can, because you can get banned, like perma-banned. That's like being fired, I guess, similar. Mostly I'm just curious about my capabilities. What can I do, what can I can't. It's good for self-improvement and I guess self-realization and reflecting on oneself, you know, yourself. It's always good to aim for something. I think humans need the goal. It's bad for humans to just drift around in life aimlessly. It's like rotting. Like you can see someone's brain rot when they don't do anything. Not in the Bible, like the memes, and the brain rot and all that. But when they are aimless or goalless, and they don't have a hobby that they constantly pursue, or trying to learn something, and you can just see on them that they're kind of degrading. And I noticed that on myself, and I didn't like it, so I decided to try something that I was always interested in. See how it goes. I mean, I don't have really much to lose here. Worst case scenario, I just stop. The middle ground I can always keep as a hobby that I do occasionally while doing my usual work. It is fun to try new things. It's also scary. Given this, as I said, I was really nervous before hitting that start streaming button. Even though I know that no one is watching. Except for that bot that immediately followed me. What other than that? I always had stage fright. To be fair, I really can't speak in front of people. I get really nervous. One of the reason I went with the virtual avatar. It gives that extra layer, like an extra wall, that extra arm length of distance, you know. Where you are not that close, you know that you are not really there on the stage, even on the digital. Die immediately. Oh, let's steal my better one. This corpse just keeps tricking me into thinking that they are zombies. The crabs keep touching everything. Oh, there we go. There is supposed to be a zombie group, I think, on the way always. I just crabs everywhere. Seriously, I did this miss so many times.
That would only slow me down.
mana back from an enemy guild. That's really useful. Oh, more than halfway done. Now that I have stared at it for like 5 hours, I just start to realize that I think I misaligned my monitor. It kind of looks weird. Probably when I was adjusting my equipment, I nudged it.
That would only slow me down.
Pretty good loot. Let's see. Oh, a lot of stats. That's always nice at the start. Don't have to worry about it. The attributes. Let's think again. There we go. I think that's why I was looking a bit down too much. Oh well. Best to have as many mistakes now. I learn from it for later. I should probably write a list of things that I learned just from the first one. And more zombies? No. Perhaps can dodge the arrow without moving, as I simply miss. This is pretty shit. More enemies. A big group. Oh, there's a lot of enemy together. Very nice. Some. And that's it. No. It feels like the food finally got digested in my stomach and now I get sleepy again. No, this is the wrong one. There we go. I wonder if that will screw up the reset timer as I reload. Hopefully not. Ah, transportation. He's not thinking of zombie. Nice. Good. Let's waste a bit more time than usual because of the reload. Let's give it a basic setup. That has triple res. It's better than these ones. Oh. Oh yeah, I do have full damage. Let's fight Shattered on the just insta-frozen and dead. And died. Now we shall see if I screwed it up. No, by night, like it is it already. Yeah, the random is on the way. Good. That was a quick one. That lag should be further away. Some fallen on me up here. Next. And there are so many things to look at. No OBS and the chat windows and all that. Even 2 monitor really feels small or not enough for streaming. It's crazy. Threatened corpses. I will kill these things first. It's kind of hot in the headphone. Yes, my PC is also doubling as a heater right now, doing all this work. I was looking at some open back headphones. In fact, I've been looking at them for years. And then for a while I was like, I don't need these, I have nice headphones, maybe use those. And then suddenly there was a insane price jump in all the three that I was eyeing. And ever since the price just kept going up. Another time where I shouldn't have hesitated and just bought the thing when I could even afford it. It was a really good price for all the types that I was looking at, the brands. I'm kind of a cheapskate. If I don't really need something, I don't like to spend money on it. But there are times when people really just need to spend some money on something that they want. Something they enjoy. Even it's not a necessity. After all, why spend all the time working? Can't enjoy the money. Even a little bit. Goroshi. That was a quick kill. It was on the third. That has the most damage. This one has a bunch of fire flask. One of my character doesn't have any, I think. such as Eren Jesus. I can't decide if this is the best idea for a first stream, because it's so boring that it doesn't matter. No one's watching and I can troubleshoot it and solve a few issues. Or, don't know, what was I saying? Good idea, good idea. Or you know, I could have started something punchy with a better idea. But then again, no one's watching, so this is better as a troubleshoot. Just some chill grinding. So probably shouldn't care. Yeah, I shouldn't care about it. I convinced myself. I'm the type to jump on trends anyways, but I sit on. I'm always very hesitant. So I'm not going to play games that just came out. Just on principle, I rather think that most games that just comes out usually are bad. Especially big titles, horribly optimized messes. I'm the type of wait until a game gets all of its DLCs and expansions and patches and all of that, even if I have to wait a year or two. That's how I played Baldur's Gate. Waited more than a year until it gets all fixed up and patched out and got new content, like the evil storylines for the player, and then played it.
No, the salad will be up here. Or not. There's a stupid webs. Miért kérdem? SSF here. For a moment I felt like falling asleep.
That would only slow you down.
Low chromat cord. Dig that. It's very nice. Yeah. Let me stand up a bit. Need to stretch. Lavender. Nothing else, the transportation. Nothing else killable. Nice group. Almost 3/4 on the way. Even these are getting closer to level up. I'm getting so quiet. Slowly this with the O doubles just as PoE zombie killing ASMR. Not a single enemy on the way. There we go.
What is that crab doing? If I ever find Oni-Goroshi again, I will just name the character A, B, C, D. That way hopefully I wouldn't keep trying to click on the wrong one in the sequence. That moves. Maybe even then. Oh, that's nice. Don't dodge that one. Oh, wait, it's actually there's the amount cover rate. Huh. Or what? Oh, I just figured something out, I think. Oh, yes. Why I couldn't get the chat to work there. I will have to try it out later. No, this character is very behind. What is this one? Ooh. I might need to get a little fan here. It had like no enemy on the way. Now they have anything there? Although I guess it doesn't matter. That just means I can heal up faster and I get to other character faster. Okay. Don't bother with it.
That will only slow me down.
Chance orb. One. That's better. And then only the best. Right. We are in the last 20%. And then we will still need to get lucky. One, only two. Oh yeah, this was the last number. Yeah. Actually, I just turn on the magic. Just because it has double the energy shield. The raw effective HP here I think would be better. And I eventually get to Uber heal lock. Not to die on the first leap. That went very quickly. No, this is really bad. Yeah, it's behind. Oh well. Where did that jump? No pity for Hillock so far. Let's just this one. This is also reduced damage. Don't like when replenishes less life. Even if the other effect might be wood. This is a nice road. This was a good XP. Shooting the wall again. He's rooted like no enemy. Anymore. This is a good one. Maybe a few zombies. Oh, nice. Oh, it started lagging again. Not good. Not ideal at all. We get a lot of zombies on the way. No, it doesn't get smoothed out. If anyone ever watches this VOD, or currently watching, don't worry, it's not on your end. The game just gets laggy sometimes. The EU servers, not sometimes, quite often decide to shit themselves, and we get lag spikes all the time here, unfortunately. Hopefully it gets fixed. And by fixed I mean it just goes away. By now it is... it's probably noon, maybe in New Zealand. I think that's where GGG is. It is also possible that they have been pushing out very startless patches, where the player doesn't need to do anything and just the games get better. But that also causes sometimes the server connection issues, of course, because they are updating things on their own end. And then sometimes you also need to update your game, but it doesn't need to update immediately to run. Just put this here. Oh, we are getting really close. Really close to level 7. Yeah, that's by 7. But there will be the reps. Only zombie. But unless they just stand still in front of me. Hopefully that wasn't it. I had to blow my nose. Tried muting it. I don't know if it worked. Sorry if it didn't. Now this one. Really deflated by now. Should be talking about something, but I don't know what. My mind is turning into mush. Probably shouldn't have done this in one go. Maybe separate it. Don't have the streaming endurance yet. Do marathon streams like Corona.
That would only slow me down.
This road will look better really short. Like really short. Maybe it's one of those things when you have done it 100 times already, you kind of lose track. Like closing the door. No, you leave home. You close the door. Goes down the stairs or the elevator or something. Or just leave to the gate, front gate or and then like 5 minutes later you start wondering, did you close the door? And you're not sure because you have done it so many times. That you don't know if you remember closing the door. And I mean like properly with the keys. You remember closing the door today or like 5 years ago. Because it's all the same. Really annoying though. I had it not long ago. Couldn't stop thinking about it. But it didn't occur to me like 5 minutes later that time. It was hours later when I had no way of coming just back and checking it. So it was like at the back of my head all day, just thinking, maybe I left the door open. Of course, even if I didn't close it properly with the keys and all that, that still doesn't mean that anything happens. The door itself is closed. You still need a key to open the door in any shape or form. It's not like suddenly someone is going to rob the place because everything is open, because from the outside this looks like, yeah, that's a closed door. Oh, level 7. Boom. The big. This was the first one to reach it. So yeah, ultimately it didn't matter. But it's still something that really annoys. Really annoying, I think. The way it just, it scratches at your brain at the back of your head, right? So annoying. I never had the stove thing though. This is the most used running gag in Comedy 2. Did I leave the stove on? I never had that moment. It's very far away from leveling in this context. Oh well. It's not worth the time to run back and to clear more enemies. Oh my god. I'm killing it just auto spy at this point. Oh, this almost level up. Oh, there we go. Even the skills leveled up at this point. Okay, now this is level 7. So this already has chance for Oni-Goroshi. Or at least a better chance. Goroshi? Yeah. I'm saying my brain is a mush. Oni-Goroshi. It's the proper name. Don't know if that's how you properly pronounce it. I'm pretty sure it's Japanese, and I think that's how you pronounce it. But I'm not sure. Correct me if I'm wrong. Well, this is not a he look. It would have been too nice if it's a first one. I don't know if you could hear that crack. I was cracking my fingers. Oh yeah, actually once I reach level 7 I don't have to kill anything on the way anymore because experience is so low it doesn't matter. I should just keep running to heal lock. That's why I preferred if I keep them together, the 4 characters while leveling, so there is no disparity and I don't forget that I have to do this with this character and do that with that character. Only the 4th one needs now leveling. Yeah, this we at level 4. Probably from heal lock alone. Checks. Oh, I found this bug. No, I don't need that. Okay. From now on, everything is just running to heal lock, killing heal lock. Let's take this. Just in case. just for good luck. Sometimes, especially in games, I can be quite superstitious. I don't know why, not in real life. Technically I could reload at this point, but may as well kill it for the loot. Not that I don't need to kill anymore, there are so many enemies just in the way. This game usually works. By the time you don't need it, you are going to get it. I really hope I didn't just screw that up. I died immediately. Didn't even have a chance to look at his chest.
That would only slow me down.
Oh yeah, this is the character that already has a triple res. At least it's better than the other. 2, 3. How did the support gem on this one didn't level up? And it did on the others? Anyway. If I stop and everything... No, if I stop and everything was completely quiet, not even game music, that's because I'm probably drinking or checking something. Or blowing my nose. But I'm talking much now anyway. I had like 2 hours in my tank at the start and then it... No. I guess in the end I really prefer talking to someone, even if I'm kind of well, not kind of, I'm really antisocial. If I have the opportunity, I'd rather just talk to someone than like now talking to myself. That was good. Back in. I need those, and let's take something. 1, 2. Oh my god, why is it so hot? Why am I shooting this? Why do I bother? Just keep going. It's already curved around. I almost forget to open the good luck chest. Although what if it's actually Pandora's chest? And every time I open it all the bad things come out. That's why the Oni-Goroshi is not dropping yet. Because I'm cursed now.
That will only slow me down.
Can become a chromatic orb, really. Haha, get juked. I learned from the crabs. Let's check this flask out. Probably some chance for improvement. And I can keep all on my actual character when I get to that. Hopefully in today. for the sighing all the time. Is the combination of the time this takes. It's the morning, so I'm getting sleepy. And for some reason it's really hot. Don't know why. There's no heating anymore, I think. And there is one, but there's no reason for it. It's not that fun. And at this time you'll have money for gambling. And gold in game. Gamble for items. Yeah, I have almost 3,000. That's useful, especially in SSF. I'm really only picking up the gold at this point. Nothing else is useful. My inventories are full. I will actually need to throw things out so I can take the Oni-Goroshi with me. I don't need to kill this, but I'm trying to get fast charges for my mono flask. There we go. Nice loot. That somehow missed. Ugh. Yeah. Wonder how many hours I spent on a single character, and then the total at this point. Maybe around 6. Yeah, I think 6 hours altogether. That's still under the average, I think, for the Oni-Goroshi. It's around 7 hours, maybe, well, 8, maybe 8. Yeah, I think 8. Maybe? I will need to check. I won't. At this point, doesn't matter. We go until it drops. Wonder how many times this guy have been eaten so far. This is his endless suffering and death. Give me a sec. It's not flash out. Extra resistance is always nice. For this character it doesn't matter how he looks, but later. Oh, the team map. Guess I don't need the damage that much. Be right back. Okay, I'm back. Oh, I'm really close to falling asleep. Really want to finish this today. Or at least in one sitting. No, give it to me. Give me the Oni-Goroshi. Oh my god, fucking finally. Ah, need to not to die. Ah. Sword is actually visible on the chest.
That would only slow
Ah,
me down.
not loop. There it is. Comes the hard part. This is what I was afraid of. Too many zombies. Oh, fuck yeah. And we are, I think, at 8 hours of doing this, which means that's the average. There we go. Let's go to the city. Let's get this. Vacant. Finally.
I've seen you before. Lion Eyes what? Goodbye.
Oh, there's an island. Fine work with him.
Let's take a shot on this.
Farewell.
Hello. Goodbye.
and move everyone into the city to other equipment.
I've seen you before. Lion Eyes, be well.
Oh, there's an oil. Fine work with him. Farewell.
Can't see why I'd want to do that here. Yes? God hasn't abandoned us. Yes? While we live, we are blessed. Yes? Take care. I've seen you before. Lion Eyes, while we live, we are blessed.
Oh, there's an island. Fine work with him. Stay sharp out there.
Hello. God hasn't abandoned us. Yes? Farewell. Hello. God hasn't abandoned us. I've seen you before. Lion Eye's watch. Take care.
Oh, there's an eye. Fine work with him. Farewell.
Hello. Take care. Yes? Take care.
Kuulta varten. Done. Done. This one too. This one too. No. this done with our holy man.
It would seem my god has no need for my company just yet.
I know you. Lion Eyes what? Take care.
There's an island. Fine work with him.
Maybe it's this.
Farewell. Welcome. Farewell.
This is neither the time nor the place.
I'm going to sort this mess out later. Look at here. I have this tomorrow. Ничего, let's equip it now. Nice. I can't use that skill. Scissors sword, I forget. Smite. There we go. Nice. Alright. That's it for today. Took roughly 8 hours to do this. Maybe a little less. Normally I made an end screen, but I'm just going to end screen today. There's no one here. If there is, goodbye you all. See you tomorrow.